And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to Eller Media Stadium in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. UNLV facing off against CSU Bakersfield, the final game of the UNLV Desert Classic. UNLV 5-5 on the year, while the Roadrunners of CSU Bakersfield is 2-7. Hello, everyone. Wyatt Tomchek on the call. Thank you for joining us here on your Sunday afternoon, wherever you are watching here on the YouTube channel provided to us by UNLV Athletics and by Learfield. UNLV has won 2 games in a row for the first time in this young 2023 season. Big wins last night against Hawaii, and then was able to run rule Montana. Facing off against the Roadrunners of CSU Bakersfield for the second time this weekend. UNLV won on Friday night 8-0 in 5 innings. UNLV, 4 of their 5 wins have been by the mercy rule. UNLV will send out Ellie Zellian in the circle to start today. The junior with a 10.50 ERA, 0-1 is her record. This is her 5th appearance. Second start, she's thrown 8 2/3 innings, has given up 14 hits, 14 runs. 13 of them have been earned, 8 walks and 6 strikeouts. Opponents are hitting .341 against Zellian, who's looking to kind of get the mojo back in the circle. It's been a rough go of it for her. The Cal State Fullerton transfer, as the first pitch here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon, is going to be taken down low for a ball. 1-0 is the count to Savannah Montoya, the senior, starting in center field today. Is batting below 100, .091, 2 hits and 22 plate appearances, 1 home run and 2 RBIs. As the Roadrunners have picked up 2 wins overall this weekend. As the 1-0 from Zellian is going to be taken for a strike. 1-1 is the count. Eric Jones is the home plate umpire today. Rob Huff is over at first, and Tyler Barfus is over at third. UNLV, as I mentioned, 5-5, looking to get above 500 for the second time this season. They were victorious in their first game against Southern Utah University, but then dropped their next 2 and has been kind of fighting back to get to that 500 level, or above 500, as this one is going to be taken down low for a ball. 2-1 is the count. Defensively for UNLV, you've got Sophia Morales out in left field. Janisa Martin is in center. Alexis Herrera getting the start today. She's in right field. Over at third is Kelsey Kelso. Short, Maddie Schmidt. Second, April Visser. Over at first, Denise Armendariz. And behind the plate is Julia Vollmer. As the 2-1 pitch will be taken down low for a ball. 3-1 is the count. UNLV, who run ruled the Grizzlies of Montana last night 14-6. Maddie Schmidt with the walk-off hit by a pitch. Maddie now has been hit 4 times. She told me last night, she goes, I've been hit more times this year than I have last year. It's getting a little frustrating. As the count is 3-1, Zellian in danger of walking the leadoff batter. As the pitch is going to be chopped over to third. It's picked up in fair territory. Kelso, long throw over to first in time for out number 1, 5-3 on the score sheet, as this is the 3rd straight start for Kelso over at third. Usually we've seen Lauren Barker, but Chrissy Fox, the head coach for UNLV in her 6th season, has shuffled around the lineup. As coming out the bat here will be the senior second baseman, Samantha Martinez. Martinez batting .200 on the year, 4 hits and 20 plate appearances, and has 4 RBIs to go along with a double. So Zellian was able to battle back on a 3-1 count and get a ground out. First pitch here is going to be taken in there for a strike. 0-1 is the count. For Zellian, her last appearance was against Hawaii in that 12-2 defeat for UNLV on Friday night. She went 2 2/3. She gave up 6 hits, 6 runs, 5 of them were earned, no walks and a strikeout, gave up a double, and had a home run given up as well. As the 0-1 pitch from Zellian is going to be chopped over to short. Maddie Schmidt with the opportunity for the first time today. The throw to first will be in time for out number 2, 6-3 on the score sheet. And Zellian has gotten 2 ground outs here to the left-hand side of the field for 2 quick outs. Maya Williams will be up to bat, the senior, starting out in right field today, batting .286 on the year, 6 hits and 21 plate appearances, and she has 3 RBIs on the year. This is a Cal State Bakersfield team that's only had 1 home run in their lineup. That was Montoya, so they don't really have a lot of power. As Zellian will be set. This one's popped up into the air in a shallow right field. Who wants it? It's going to be April Visser coming on from second base, and we'll clamp it down for out number 3. So it's a quick 1-2-3 inning for the Rebels. As we go to the bottom of the first inning, UNLV will be up to bat for the first time here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Back here live at Media Stadium here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Wyatt Tomchak on the call. UNLV and CSU Bakersfield battling for the second time this weekend. UNLV took the first game on Friday night, 8-0. A quick 1-2-3 inning for Ellie Zellian, and UNLV will be up to bat for the first time in this ball game. It'll be leading off for the third straight game. It'll be Maddie Schmidt. Schmidt batting .414 on the year, 12 hits and 29 plate appearances, 8 runs scored, has a double and 3 RBIs. Maddie's had a really, really good weekend as the first pitch here to Schmidt showing bunt, and we'll pull it back. Take a ball, 1-0 is the count. Brianna Sanchez is the starting pitcher today for the Roadrunners. The junior with a 3.54 ERA, 2-1 is her record. This is her 5th appearance. 4th start. She has 3 complete games, 27 2/3 innings pitched. She's given up 24 hits, 17 runs, 14 of them have been earned, 11 walks to 7 strikeouts. Opponents are hitting .229 against the junior, wearing number 24 from West Covina, California, who played at New Mexico for a couple years. Where last season she threw 10 2/3 innings over 12 games in her career. She has a 7.93 ERA in 50 1/3 innings work coming into this weekend. As the next pitch is going to be taken high for a ball. 3-0 is the count. Maddie's on-base percentage is at .514. Like I said, she has had a really impressive weekend. She's batting an even .500 right now. 6 hits and 12 plate appearances. Same with April Visser is due up next. She has 5 hits and 10 plate appearances. As the 3-0 to Maddie. Will be taken on the outside for a strike. 3-1 is the count. Obviously, UNLV would love to get Maddie Schmidt on the base pass. She's 5 for 5 on stolen base opportunities this year. It'll be Schmidt, Visser, and Martinez due up for the Rebels. Sanchez is set, and the 3-1 pitch. Going to miss on the outside, ball 4. So Maddie Schmidt has drawn her 3rd walk of the year. Leadoff batter on the base pass for the Rebels, and this comes with a great opportunity for April Visser, who smacked a 3-run home run yesterday against Montana. It was a no-doubt home run. It was her 2nd home run of the year. Overall for Visser, .429 average, 12 hits and 28 plate appearances, 2 doubles, 2 home runs, and 8 RBIs. All Mountain West selection last year. Maddie over at first. We'll expect her to see her go here in the first couple pitches, as the first pitch to Visser is going to be taken down low for a ball. 1-0 is the count. Defensively for the Roadrunners, they've got Johnson out in left, Montoya in center, Williams in right, Fuimaono over at third, Salazar is at short, Martinez is at second, Muncie at first, and Melina Villarreal is behind the plate. 1-0 is the count here. Sanchez is set, and the pitch will hit on the outside for a strike. 1-1 is the count. For the Roadrunners, they've picked up 2 wins this year, and both of them have come against Montana. They won 3-2 in 9 innings on Friday, the first game of the UNLV Desert Classic, and then winning yesterday against Montana 7-3. The 1-1. This one's high and outside. Good catch there by Villarreal behind the plate. And the count goes to 2-1. Still haven't seen Maddie in motion yet. Visser has also been very active on the base path. She's 4 for 4 on stolen base opportunities. So Sanchez in a little bit of trouble here. Favorable hitters count for Visser with the count 2-1. And Visser will knock this one foul out of play. And the count goes to 2-2. Mentioned due up next for UNLV will be Ariana Martinez to finish out the rest of the lineup for the Rebels. You've got Denise Armendariz batting 4th, Janisa Martin batting 5th, Sophia Morales batting 6th, Kelsey Kelso batting 7th, Ellie Zellian batting 8th, and Alexis Herrera will be batting 9th for the Rebels. The 2-2 pitch, and great off-speed pitch. Visser was fooled on that one, had to wait and kind of second guess, and Sanchez with a big strikeout after walking Maddie Schmidt. And is out number 1 here in the bottom of the first inning. Schmidt still over at first as Visser has struck out for the 5th time this year. I'll bring up Ariana Martinez. Martinez is batting .231 this weekend, but has 2 home runs and 6 RBIs. 2 of her 3 hits have left the ballpark, so when she's made contact, it has been very beneficial for UNLV. Sanchez still dealing with the speedster Schmidt over at first. As the first pitch, there goes Maddie. This is a hit and run. Throw to, nope, not a throw to second. Throw to first will be in time after Martinez sent it back to Sanchez. Sanchez got to that one quickly, looked to second, but nobody was covering the bag and had to take the out at first. But it's 2 outs now in the inning for Denise Armendariz. Armendariz, the senior, batting .414 on the year, 12 hits and 29 plate appearances, 3 doubles, 2 home runs, and 10 RBIs. For Armendariz, she's been batting .462 this weekend. For Sanchez, who's picked up the win against Montana when she went 9 innings on their first win of the year, he only gave up 1 hit, 2 runs, 1 earned, 4 walks, and 4 strikeouts, as the first pitch to Armendariz is in there for a strike. 0-1 is the count. She didn't win 7 innings against Montana yesterday. Gave up 5 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. So she came into this weekend with ERA at 6, has been able to dip it down to 3.54 and trying to get out of this inning with a 0 spot on the board. Maddie Schmidt over at second. The 0-1 pitch to Armendariz, a swing and a miss. 0-2 is the count. Denise, the senior, getting the start today at first base. Ariana Martinez is the designated player for UNLV. They have Vollmer in the lineup, or in the defensive lineup, but she is not hitting. Ellie Zellian is going to take her place in the order. As the 0-2 pitch to Armendariz is low and outside. 1-2 is the count. UNLV, who beat the Roadrunners on Friday, the first game for UNLV in the UNLV Desert Classic. Jesse Fonz pitched a complete game shutout, gave up just 2 hits in 5 innings of work, no runs, 2 walks, and a strikeout. Reina Castillo picked up the loss in that one. As the 1-2 pitch, Armendariz will send this one high up into the air in a shallow center field. Coming on in will be Montoya, and she'll clamp it down for out number 3. So UNLV gets Maddie Schmidt on the base pass with a leadoff walk, but nothing across the board. We go to the top of the second. UNLV and CSU Bakersfield tied up at 0. Top of the second here at Eller Media Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada. UNLV and CSU Bakersfield tied up at 0 here on the top of the second inning. It's the first pitch by Ellie Zellian is going to be sent over to the right-hand side of the field. April Visser deep in the hole. The throw to first will be in time for out number 1 as Reina Castillo, the designated player, who was hitting .318 before that last plate appearance, attacks the first pitch. Good job by Visser there. And she went to, I said her right more, her going to her left, and is able to get the ground out. 3 groundouts right now for Ellie Zellian to start this ball game off. 4 up, 4 down. As the transfer from Cal State Fullerton is set, and the pitch. This one is going to hit on the outside for a strike. 0-1 is the count to the starting third baseman, Shailene Fuimaono. The sophomore is batting below 100, 2 hits and 21 plate appearances, and has 1 RBI. UNLV, as I mentioned, ruled the Roadrunners on Friday as the 0-1 pitch. This one is going to miss on the outside for a ball. 1-1 is the count. In that ball game, Maddie Schmidt had 2 hits. Ariana Martinez was 1 for 2 with 3 RBIs. She had a home run in that ball game. So did Janisa Martin. As UNLV scored 5 in the bottom of the third to help them get to that all-important 8-run lead. As this one's popped up into the air over on the left-hand side of the field, Maddie Schmidt has it for an easy out number 2. 5 quick outs here for Zellian in her start today. I believe the pitch count right now is going to be sitting around 12, actually 13 for Zellian. So she's making quick work here of the order as Carissa Muncy will be up to bat. The sophomore getting the start today at first base. 188 average on the year. 3 hits and 16 plate appearances, and she does have an RBI. Zellian is set, and the first pitch high and inside for a ball. 1-0 is the count. For UNLV in the bottom of the second inning, they'll have Janisa Martin, Sophia Morales, and Kelsey Kelso due up. Martin the junior, Morales the sophomore, and Kelso the freshman. Kelso's the lone freshman in this lineup for UNLV. There's the 1-0 pitch. He is fouled out of play, and the count will go to 1-1. A good work by Brianna Sanchez in the first inning with runners on the base paths, getting the big swing and a miss on April Visser on the off-speed pitch. Got Visser to kind of second guess, and then swung late and is able to get out of the inning with a 0 spot as the 1-1 pitch. This one is fouled back out of play. 1-2 is the count here. Zellian's looking for her first strikeout of the ball game. For the Roadrunners, they will be traveling to Albuquerque, New Mexico after this to play 2 games against a doubleheader that day against New Mexico. And then we'll be at the UTEP New Mexico State Invitational facing off against Tarleton State. UTEP, the number 3 ranked team in the country, Oklahoma State, Nebraska, and New Mexico State. As this one is fouled back out of play. They will also have a matchup against the number 12 team in the country, the Arizona Wildcats, before they start the Big West play. UNLV, as I mentioned a handful of times over the weekend, this is the last time UNLV will be at home for about a month. Go back to March 17th will be the next game for UNLV here at Alameda Stadium against Boise State. This one will miss on the outside for a ball. 2-2 is the count. UNLV will be in Chattanooga, Tennessee next weekend for the Frost Classic. Then we'll head over to St. George, Utah the week after that for the Trailblazer Tournament, and then the Seattle U Invitational mixed in with a game against Washington. That's on March 14th. 2-2 is the count. To Muncie, and the pitch is high up in the air. This ball is well hit, but not well enough. Going over to her left is Janisa Martin, and she will clamp it down. 4 out to number 3. Another 1-2-3 inning for Ellie Zellian and the UNLV Rebels. We go to the bottom of the second. UNLV and CSU Bakersfield tied up at 0. Janisa Martin will lead it off for the Rebels here in the bottom of the second inning. UNLV and CSU Bakersfield tied up at 0. I want to mention that this game is brought to you by Parkway Tavern. Parkway Tavern, official partner of UNLV Athletics and your official home of Rebels on the Road with over 250 beers, 24/7 gaming, and 4 Valley locations. There's no better place to catch the game than Parkway Tavern. Go Rebels. Janisa Martin will foul this first pitch off out of play. 0-1 is the count for the junior. Getting the start today on center field. Recorded the last out. 286 average for Martin. 6 hits, 21 plate appearances, 2 doubles, 1 home run, and 4 RBIs. That 1 home run came against the Roadrunners on Friday night. It was a no-doubt home run. It'll be Martin Morales and Kelsey Kelso due up for UNLV here in the bottom of the second inning. The Rebels looking for their first hit. Maddie Schmidt led it off with a leadoff walk, but then Visser was retired on strikes. Martinez a grounder to the pitcher Martinez, and then Armendariz was retired. As the next pitch is going to be in there for a strike. 1-2 is the count. Brianna Sanchez back out for another inning of work. She's had a good start. Obviously tough to deal with runners on the base pass, a leadoff walk, but is able to get a big strikeout on the dangerous Visser. Ground out by Martinez as the 1-2 pitch. And Martin will foul this one up high up into the air. It's going to stay in play, and it's going to be caught by the first baseman, Muncie, for out number 1. So Janisa Martin is retired. Then I'll bring up Sophia Morales. Morales, the sophomore, has got the average up to 318. 7 hits and 22 plate appearances, has scored 6 runs, 6 runs on the year, and has 2 RBIs. Her on base percentage is sitting at .385. Morales has had a good weekend in the 4 games that she has started. .364 average, 4 hits, and 11 plate appearances. So Sophia will try to get something going here with 1 out and nobody on the base paths, as Sanchez and Ellie Zellian have been making quick work here early on, as Morales showing bunt, pulls back and takes it for a strike. 0-1 is the count. The freshman Kelsey Kelso is due up next. Kelso has been hitting .250 this weekend, 2 hits and 8 plate appearances, to go along with 3 RBIs and a double. Count is 0-1. And Morales will send this one over to second. This will be a tough play. Flip the first will be in time. Boy, Martinez made that look a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. And she flipped it over to Muncie, covering first for out number 2. And that will bring up the freshman Kelso. Kelso, overall, as I mentioned, .250 average on the year, 6 hits and 24 plate appearances, has scored 5 runs, has 1 double, 1 home run, and 6 RBIs. The freshman from Humboldt, Texas, who has really cemented herself in the starting lineup, whether that be at the shortstop position or at the third base position. As the off-speed pitch, this one's going to be taken high for a ball. 1-0 is the count. If Kelso can keep this inning alive, it will be Ellie Zellian due up. Zellian has had 8 plate appearances this year, 3 hits in those 8 plate appearances, 1 home run, and 6 RBIs. So when she has made contact, another situation for UNLV, it's been very beneficial, as the 1-0 pitch, Kelso will foul this one back out of play. And the count goes to 1-1. It'll be the bottom of the lineup for the Roadrunners of CSU Bakersfield. Maya Molina Villarreal, Violet Salazar, and Kaya Johnson will be up against Ellie Zellian, who's had 6 up, 6 down, 3 flyouts and 3 groundouts. As the 1-1 pitch is just on the outside for a ball. 2-1 is the count. Roadrunners who came into this weekend, just like Montana, looking for their first win of the year. The Grizzlies are still looking for their first win, and the Roadrunners picked up 2 against Montana as the 2-1 pitch. Kelso can't pull the plug on that one, and that was going to be in there for a strike. 2-2 is the count. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second inning. The Roadrunners came into this weekend batting below 100. They had a rough go of it their first weekend of the year, of this 2023 campaign. They were averaging just 1 run a game, as the 2-2 pitch taken down low for a ball. 3-2 is the count. Kelso this year has drawn 3 walks and has been hit by a pitch 4 times. She does have 8 strikeouts in her 24 plate appearances, so that's something that she would like to work on. That leads UNLV in the lineup. As the payoff pitch here by Sanchez. Down low, ball 4. Good high there by Kelsey Kelso, and she'll head to first with a 2-out walk, and that will bring up Ellie Zellian. Zellian tried to help herself out in the circle. Good start for her, 6 up, 6 down. As I mentioned, she's batting .375, 3 hits and 8 plate appearances, 1 home run, and 6 RBIs. Zellian, who had a 2-run double against the Roadrunners in the Friday night win for UNLV, more like Friday afternoon. 2-way player for UNLV, as the first pitch will be in there for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Zellian, as we mentioned, the transfer from Cal State Fullerton. Her lone home run came against Southern Utah University last weekend in the Rebel kickoff. There's the 0-1 pitch, high and inside, and time. It looks like, yep, they're going to say it hit Zellian. So it is a 2-out walk and then a 2-out hit by a pitch, and UNLV's got a runner in scoring position here for Alexis Herrera, who will get her first career at bat as a Rebel. She has been mainly used as a pitch runner, getting the start today in right field. We saw Skylar Shaw get a start last night for Herrera. She is 2 for 2 on stolen base opportunities and scored 4 runs. As her and Skylar Shaw bring a lot of speed coming off the base paths. For Herrera, the senior from Buena Park, California, transfer from North Dakota. She hit .240 last year. So we'll see what Herrera has in store here against Brianna Sanchez. If Herrera can keep this inning alive, you go back to the top of the lineup with Maddie Schmidt. Still looking for our first hit of the ball game. UNLV's gotten 3 base runners, 2 via walk, and then the last one there by Zellian, who was hit by a pitch. Herrera's going to show bunt. She pushes it up in the air, and a diving catch in foul territory by Fuiman Ono. What a play there by the third baseman as Herrera was trying to lay down a surprise drag bunt. And a Sports Center top 10 worthy play over there at third, and that will end the threat for UNLV as we go to the top of the third inning. The Rebels and the Roadrunners are tied up at 0. Top of the third here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Wyatt Tomczyk on the call. The Roadrunners and the Rebels tied up at 0. Great play over at third there by Fui Maono. A diving attempt that she was able to keep control of the catch as she crashed to the dirt on the surprise bunt attempt by Alexis Herrera. And that ended the threat for UNLV as we get set here in the top of the third. Ellie Zellian, first pitch, low and inside for a ball. 1-0 is the count. Up to bat here will be Maya Molina Villarreal, the starting catcher today. The sophomore's hitting 167, 1 hit, and 6 plate appearances. So not a lot of action or not a lot of opportunities at the plate so far this year. Small sample size. As the count is 1-0 here to Zellian, who's gotten 3 flyouts and 3 groundouts. And this one's popped up in the air and it's going to go out of play. The count will go to 1-1. Violet Salazar is due up next, and then Kaya Johnson is in the hole. We're still waiting for our first hit of the ball game. Count is 1-1. UNLV's got 3 base runners on the base paths, 2 via a walk, and then 1 hit batter. There's the 1-1 pitch. High and inside for a strike. 1-2. I thought that was a little bit high there, the way Villarreal kind of turned her shoulder, but the home plate umpire, Eric Jones, says that was a strike. So the count is 1-2 as Zellian is looking for her first strikeout of the ball game. She is set. The 1-2 is going to be a little knuckler that's going to go over to April Visser. Easy play. Throw to first in time. 4-3 on the score sheet. That's the 4th ground out that Ellie Zellian has been able to get so far today. 1 out here in the top of the 3rd inning as we quickly move along here on this Sunday afternoon. I mentioned Friday. It was cold. It was not the best weather to be outside. Today it is warmed up. I believe the official weather right now, that's Reno, we're at 61 degrees. Now there is a high wind watch, so hopefully the wind holds down here later on. But thankfully for UNLV, they're not hosting a tournament next week. It's supposed to be cold, wet, maybe potential snow. As the first pitch is going to be taken for a strike. 0-1 is the count to Violet Salazar. Salazar getting the start today at the shortstop position. The sophomore is batting below 100, 1 hit and 14 plate appearances. Zellian gets her sign. And the 0-1 is going to be in there for a strike. 0-2 is the count. For UNLV in the bottom of the 3rd inning, they will have Maddie Schmidt, April Visser, and Ariana Martinez do up the 1, 2, and 3 hitters. Zellian will get her sign from the dugout, looking for her first strikeout. The 0-2 pitch is going to be over to third. Kelsey Kelso has it. Waits for Denise Armendariz to get over to first. The throw's in time. Look, might knocked Armendariz off the bag momentarily, but she's able to step on the bag. 4 out, number 2. Another ground out induced there by Zellian. That's 5 on the day. And we go to the number 9 hole hitter, Kaya Johnson, the sophomore, batting below 100, 2 hits and 22 plate appearances, 1 RBI. If Johnson can keep this inning alive, Savannah Montoya is due up next as we'll go back to the top of the lineup for the Roadrunners. As Zellian gets her sign, and the first pitch, Johnson showing bunt, pulls back and takes it for a strike. Count goes to 0-1. UNLV last weekend went 2-4 in the Rebel kickoff. Lost to Arkansas, lost to Baylor, a loss to Weber State, and a loss to Southern Utah University. UNLV, though, has taken 3 out of 4 here this weekend, as the 0-1 pitch is high. 1-1 is the count. Their lone loss was a 12-2 setback to Hawaii on Friday night, but UNLV was able to bounce back from that, less than 24 hours removed from that defeat, and got the best of the Rainbow Wahine, winning 5-4, and then UNLV was able to run rule Montana last night to get themselves to 500, now trying to get above 500. There's the 1-1 pitch. This one's popped up into the air into left field. Sophia Morales takes a couple steps to her left. She'll clamp it down for out number 3. Another 1-2-3 inning for Ellie Zellian. 9 up, 9 down. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. UNLV and CSU Bakersfield tied up at 0. Top of the lineup for UNLV here in the bottom of the 3rd. It'll be Maddie Schmidt, April Visser, and Ariana Martinez due up. As always, we want to thank everyone for tuning in on your Sunday afternoon, wherever you are watching here on the YouTube channel provided to us by UNLV Athletics and by Learfield. Brianna Sanchez back out for another inning of work. Her and Ellie Zellian have had a good go of it between the two. Zellian with 9 up, 9 down. Sanchez has done a good job dealing with runners on the base pass in the first 2 innings. Maddie Schmidt led off the bottom of the 1st with a walk and then was stranded at 2nd. Schmidt came in with a .414 average. She has been really hitting the ball well this weekend. Been hitting the ball well and has been hit by a pitch a lot this weekend. She has told me that, yeah, I'm getting tired of getting whacked. She got the walk-off win last night. It was I believe it was a 3-1 count with the bases loaded, but she got hit by a pitch. She goes, why couldn't it have been the one pitch that was airmailed like earlier in the ball game? As the 2-0 pitch, Maddie showing bunt, and we'll take it down low for a ball. 3-0 is the count. So Sanchez in danger of walking Maddie Schmidt. Maddie did not attempt, well, she was in motion on a hit and run with Ariana Martinez, but in the plate appearance with April Visser, stayed over at first. So we'll see if that changes if she gets on the base pass, as the 3-0 pitch will be taken on the inside, ball 4. So 2 walks today for the senior from Yorba Linda, California. That's her 4th walk of the year, and April Visser will be up to bat. Visser struck out swinging in her first plate appearance, the lone strikeout for Sanchez. It was a beautiful off-speed pitch by Sanchez that got Visser kind of to double clutch and then swung late. So we'll see if April can make some adjustments here. And we'll see if Maddie will be in motion early on. Like I mentioned, she's 5 for 5 on stolen base opportunities. As Maddie's going, a swing and a miss. Throw to second will not be in time. April Visser swinging at a pitch high. Maddie is able to advance to second. The throw from Villarreal over to Salazar covering second was late. And Schmidt now is 6 for 6 on stolen base opportunities this year. April, the senior, batting .429 coming into this ball game. 12 hits, 2 home runs, and 8 RBIs. She had a lot of extra base hits yesterday. There's an off-speed pitch that's going to be taken high and outside for a ball. 1-1 is the count. Ariana Martinez is due up next for the Rebels. Is UNLV trying to crack the code against Brianna Sanchez, the junior, who has shut down UNLV so far. As the 1-1, she's going exclusive off-speed pitch here against Visser, and that one misses on the outside. 2-1 is the count. The third inning in the last time these two teams faced was the sweet spot for UNLV. They scored 5 runs. The Rebels ruled the Roadrunners on Friday 8-0. 4 of the 5 wins for UNLV have been via the mercy rule, as the Rebels got off to a slow start to this 2023 season, but can kind of ride it here going into their 3 straight road tournaments, being above 500, trying to get to 6-5 as the 2-1 pitch on the outside. Check swing by Visser did not go around. 3-1 is the count. April has been very patient this year, and I also think that teams are recognizing just how dominant she is. She has 8 walks on the year. That is second most on this UNLV roster. The leader is Janisa Martin at 9, as this misses down low ball 4. So now she's tied with Janisa Martin. So Visser draws her 9th walk of the year. 2 on with nobody out for Ariana Martinez. Martinez coming into this ball game, .345 average, 4 home runs and 11 RBIs. That leads UNLV in both departments. Next closest in the RBIs and the home runs is Denise Armendariz, who has 2 home runs and 10 RBIs. Andy Jarvis, assistant coach for UNLV, also the hitting coach. He is talking with Martinez, the sophomore who had a legendary freshman year, got to the 2022 All-Mount West first team. Has seen some time at first base and is really primarily used as the designated player. Her and Denise Armendariz kind of switch back and forth over there at first with it was one of the question marks for UNLV, replacing one of the best hitters of all time, Mia Trejo, as Martinez will take the first pitch for a strike. 0-1 is the count. But the way Martinez has been hitting her first year and some change here at UNLV, we might be saying one of the best hitters in UNLV history as well. She has got a lot of power, a lot of just great clutch hitting. And this is the situation that she has been thriving in her time here at UNLV. Now time will be called. The count is 0-1. Time called by the home plate umpire, Eric Jones. Denise Armendariz is due up next for the Rebels, with Maddie Schmidt over at second, Visser over at first. You've got a combined 10 for 10 on stolen base opportunities by both players, as this one will be beautifully placed in there for a strike. 0-2 is the count. Maddie is 6 for 6. April is 4 for 4. That's one thing you will it's kind of been custom for UNLV over the last handful of years under Christy Fox, is she's very aggressive on the base paths. There's the 0-2 pitch. And Martinez swings and misses at that one. Foul tipped actually into the glove of Villarreal. And a big strikeout. That's twice now Sanchez has gone with the off-speed pitch against 2 dangerous hitters for UNLV. Visser and Martinez has gotten strikeouts. First one came in the bottom of the first. This one comes here in the bottom of the third. Still danger for UNLV, but they did not get what they wanted, at least moving Maddie and April over to second and third. So 1 out for Denise Armendariz, who is 0 for 1 on the day. Second strikeout for Sanchez. That's her 9th strikeout of the year. Armendariz showing bunt, pulls back, runners are going. Nobody's there at third. It goes into left field. Maddie's going to take the turn. She'll head home and score. 1-0 UNLV on the double steal. Villarreal threw it to third. Nobody was at third because Armendariz had showed bunt, and Fuimaono was crashing in. Salazar was late to the bag. Villarreal, on that situation, should have just ate it there, but threw it to third. It went into left field. That's all Maddie Schmidt needed, and UNLV is on top, 1-0, just like the doctor drew up. A 1-0 pitch here to Armendariz is going to be taken on the outside for a strike. 1-1 is the count. So Maddie now has 2 stolen bases on the day. I believe April Visser will get one as well, as the Rebels went for the double steal. So the count 1-1, 1 out here in the bottom of the third. Sanchez not helped out by her defense, although she didn't help out herself with the walks, as the off-speed pitch beautifully placed there for a strike. Janisa Martin is due up next for the Rebels. For the Roadrunners, they will have the 1, 2, and 3 hitters due up in the top of the 4th inning, Montoya, Martinez, and Williams. Ellie Zellian is pitching herself a nice game right now. 9 up, 9 down. The 1-2 pitch. And Armendariz does a good job of waiting. Boy, Sanchez has got a nice off-speed pitch. It's really getting the timing off for these UNLV hitters. As the count goes to 1-2. We got to be careful though, not throwing it too exclusively that UNLV starts to time it up, because the one thing that this UNLV lineup has, a lot of power. If you miss it or UNLV times it up right, you're not getting that ball back. It's probably going into the parking lot. As the 1-2 pitch speeds up the bat there of Armendariz, and she fouls it off out of play with the count still 1-2, and April Visser over at second. So Maddie Schmidt scores on the throwing error by Maya Molina Villarreal. Rebels trying to get another run across the board. The count is 1-2. The pitch. And Armendariz is going to rip this one into center field for a base hit. Visser got a late jump. The throw will go home, actually cut off. And Visser will have to head to third. Obviously, that ball up in the air. April's got to wait for it to land. But Denise Armendariz with a single, her first single of the game, first hit of the game for either team. So there we go. We had our first run before we had our first hit. For Armendariz, that is hit number 13 on the year. That's the most in this UNLV lineup, as Janisa Martin will be up to bat. Martin is 0 for 1 on the day. Got runners on the corners here with 1 out. The third inning was the sweet inning for UNLV the last time these two teams faced off. The Rebels scored 5 runs. Right now the third inning is looking potentially to be a big inning for UNLV. Martin's going to show bunt. Armendariz is going to go to second. The throw will not be in time. It's bounced. April Visser, though, will have to head back over to third. Throwback is not in time as UNLV executes the steal there. As Denise Armendariz gets a rare stolen base. Her first stolen base of the year. UNLV got the throw to second. If it was in time, they would have had Armendariz out. Salazar, it looked like she kind of fumbled it a little bit there. Not probably the best throw from Villarreal. But now UNLV executes. At least they get both runners in scoring position here for Janisa Martin as the off-speed pitch drops in there for a strike, and the count will go to 0-2. Sophia Morales is due up next for the Rebels. April Visser over at third, and Denise Armendariz over at second. Sanchez now dealing with the trouble here. 4 walks. He's hit 1 batter and has given up 1 hit. The 0-2 misses on the outside for a ball. 1-2 is the count. So that's got to be the frustrating thing for Sanchez, and that's the area that she was having a little bit of concern through. She's pitching 27 innings, so not as many walks, but she had more walks than she did strikeouts. As the 1-2 pitch, Martin will foul this one out of play. He had 4 more. She's now thrown 15 walks in about almost 30 innings of work with only 9 strikeouts. Count is 1-2. She's looking for her third strikeout of the ball game. She's gotten Visser and Martinez to swing and miss on the off-speed pitch. We'll see if Sanchez goes for it here with runners on second and third. She does not. She goes to the outside, just barely misses, and the count goes even, 2-2. Janisa Martin, the junior from El Centro, California, coming into this weekend, a career .305 hitter. She's been a consistent hitter her entire UNLV career, as that one beautifully placed in on the inside. Martin could not pull the trigger on that one, and another strikeout. That off-speed pitch by Sanchez has given UNLV a lot of fits right now, as that's the third strikeout of the ball game. 2 outs now in the inning, and we'll have to take a 2-out hit by Sophia Morales. What does help for UNLV is Morales has really good speed, so anything on the infield is going to be tough for the infielders to try to get an out. As Brianna Sanchez is set, the first pitch, Morales, this one's going to get by the catcher. Here comes April Visser, and there'll be no throw. April scores, and UNLV's on top 2-0. They've scored 2 runs without having to make contact. One via an errant throw by Villarreal, and this one a wild pitch by Sanchez that got by Villarreal, and it rolled all the way to the backstop. Armendariz will advance over to third. 2-0 UNLV here in the bottom of the third inning. And Sophia Morales here will try to get a 2-out RBI hit to put UNLV on top by 3. Defense is in, and Morales is going to chop this one over to second. Takes a nasty hop, but the flip over to first will be in time. Martinez to Muncie, and that will end the inning. But UNLV, they score 2 runs without having to hit the ball. An errant throw to third, and then a wild pitch. The Rebels take a 2-0 lead going to the top of the 4th here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Savannah Montoya will lead it off in the top of the fourth inning. Ellie Zellian so far has gone 9 up, 9 down. UNLV scored 2 runs in the bottom of the third inning via a throwing error over at third and then a wild pitch. Rebels just 1 hit. That was Denise Armendariz as the first pitch here from Ellie Zellian, who now has 2 run supports. Let me say that properly. Now has 2 runs of support here in this game. She's been pitching the ball very well. Good performance here for Zellian, who's trying to get the confidence back coming into this ball game with a 10.50 ERA. As the 1-0 pitch here to Montoya is sent up in the air into shallow left center field. Who wants it? It's going to be Janisa Martin coming on in, and we'll clamp it down for out number 1. And that's really what's been working for Zellian, is getting the ground outs and the lazy pop-ups. That's the 4th flyout that she's been able to get. Overall 5 ground outs, as UNLV will now go up against Savannah Montoya. Montoya is 0 for 1. I'll actually update that. That's the 5th flyout that Zellian has been able to get. Ellie is set. First pitch inside for a ball. 1-0 is the count. For the Rebels in the bottom of the 4th inning, as they try to add on to this lead, they will have Kelso, Zellian, and Herrera, the 7, 8, and 9 hitters, due up. UNLV's reached base 4 times via walk, 1 time via hit batter, and the other time a single by Denise Armendariz. As the 1-0 here from Zellian is going to hit on the outside for a strike. 1-1 is the count. Zellian so far, no strikeouts, but has, like I said, gotten the weak contact that she's trying to get. Been helped out by her defense, getting the ground balls. Everybody's been fielding it cleanly. UNLV, no errors so far through 3 1/3. Williams is due up next after Martinez. There's the 1-1 from Zellian. He is going to be sent right on the line, April Visser. Good contact there by Martinez, but a right at him ball as April took a couple steps to her left. And the second out of the inning here in the top of the 4th, as Zellian is really pitching a gem right now. That will bring up Maya Williams, the senior, who is 0 for 1 on the day. Williams came in with the second highest average in this lineup at 286 behind Reina Castillo, who's the designated player. She's batting 318. First pitch is a swing and a miss on that one. 0-1 is the count. Right now about 12:30 local time here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Beautiful day. No wind yet. There's a high wind warning, but unless it starts to blow in here in the next half hour or so, probably won't affect the game, as the 0-1 pitch here from Zellian, and also not a cloud in sight. This one misses on the outside for a ball. 1-1 is the count, with UNLV leading 2-0. As time will be called here, as Eric Jones will sweep off the home plate bag, as the count right now is 1-1. Zellian gets her sign. It's been dealing so far in cruise control. The 1-1. Here's a swing and a miss on that one. And the count goes to 1-2. Zellian 1 strike away from getting her first strikeout of the ball game. We've got Castillo due up next for the Roadrunners if Williams can keep this inning alive. The 1-2 here from Zellian. He is going to be taken down low for a ball. 2-2 is the count. But yeah, it's really, for UNLV, this is a good outing for Zellian. She is an option for the Rebels in the circle this year. Obviously, it's been well documented. UNLV, one of their concerns this year, kind of their question marks, is in the circle. Brought in a couple transfers. Jesse Fonts is one of them. Is the 2-2 pitch. Is a high drive to left field, but it's going to be pushed foul, well out of play. They brought in Zellian and Fonts. We've got Alana Feedy and Jasmine Martin returning along with Sabrina Jolin. So UNLV has used 5 pitchers so far this weekend. And I think still, you've asked Coach Fox after this weekend, if you kind of determine who's kind of the number 1, number 2, number 3, it's still work in progress, still trying to figure it out as the 2-2 pitch. That one hits on the outside corner, strike 3, and Ellie Zellian with another 1-2-3 inning with her first strikeout, and that was your Silver State Schools Credit Union first strikeout of the game. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning here in Las Vegas, Nevada. The Rebels on top 2-0. 2-0 the score here in Las Vegas, Nevada on the YouTube channel provided to us by UNLV Athletics and by Learfield. This game is brought to you by Intermountain Healthcare. Intermountain Healthcare, here to be a part of your Las Vegas life. More importantly, here to help you live an even healthier one. Intermountain Healthcare, official healthcare partner of UNLV Athletics. Kelsey Kelso will lead it off for UNLV here in the bottom of the fourth inning, as the first pitch to Kelso is in there for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Kelsey walked in her first plate appearance. It'll be Kelso, Zellian, and Herrera due up, the 7, 8, 9 hitters for UNLV. How about Ellie Zellian so far? 12 up, 12 down. She's been looking great. Got her first strikeout, getting Williams looking there to end the top of the fourth inning, as this one is fouled back into the net. Count goes to 0-2. UNLV with just one hit so far in the ballgame. They came back in the third inning. Denise Armendariz with the hit. So the Rebels, kind of a rare thing. They score 2 runs without having to make contact. A throwing error on a stolen base at third by Maddie Schmidt going from second to third. The error by Villarreal. And then a wild pitch that scored April Visser. UNLV active on the base paths as well. 4 stolen bases, 2 for Maddie Schmidt, 1 for April Visser, and 1 for Denise Armendariz. Kelso up to bat, the 1-2, off speed, and she got underneath this one, high up into the air over the right-hand side. Who wants it? Ooh, Muncie coming on over to her right. Martinez was right behind her, almost ran into each other. Was clamped down for out number 1. There's the case there by Brianna Sanchez. That off-speed pitch is really giving UNLV a lot of fits. You saw Kelso kind of have to wait, and then it was a late swing. It was a lazy pop-up, as coming up to bat here will be the pitcher, Ellie Zellian. Zellian was hit by a pitch in her first plate appearance. As the first pitch will be taken down low for a ball. 1-0 is the count. Yeah, that's, probably the frustrating thing for Sanchez right now. Obviously she has given up a lot of base runners via the walk and then hitting Zellian. But, when it's mattered the most, she's gotten some really thrown some really good pitches, got some lazy contact. Hasn't been helped out defensively with that throwing error, and then she didn't help herself out with the wild pitch. So you look at that stat line, it's like, man, I've only given up 1 hit, and it was a single, and I'm still down 2-0. That's, a tough pill to swallow in the circle for Sanchez. And there's the 1-1 pitch, and Zellian gets underneath this one high up into the air into foul territory. And the count will go to 1-2. Alexis Herrera will be due up next. And the last time she was up, she had 2 runners on and tried a surprise bunt over there at third, and a great play by Fui Maono. Diving attempted foul territory that ended the threat. This one low and outside. 2-2 is the count here in the bottom of the fourth inning. The final game of the UNLV Desert Classic. The Rebels looking to take 4 out of 5. 2 games against the Roadrunners, 1 against Hawaii, and 1 against Montana. UNLV will face off against Montana later next month in the Seattle U Invitational. Zellian waits on this one. It's another lazy pop-up over the right-hand side of the field. Coming on in is Martinez, and she'll clamp it down for out number 2. That's back-to-back batters on that off-speed that have made some lazy contact on a late swing. Sanchez, it's really very impressive what she's doing in the circle, mixing up the speed for UNLV, really making them kind of second guess, as Herrera will be up to bat. So Alexis, in her first plate appearance as a UNLV Rebel, popped up into foul territory. First pitch will be taken for a ball. 1-0 is the count. It'll be the 4, 5, and 6 hitters due up for the Roadrunners in the bottom of the fourth inning. Castillo, Fuimaono, and Muncie. Ellie Zellian has gotten 5 groundouts, 6 flyouts, and also a strikeout. The 1-0 pitch to Herrera is going to miss on the outside for a ball. 2-0 is the count. If Herrera can keep this inning alive, we go back to the top of the lineup for the Rebels, and Maddie Schmidt, who has walked twice and has scored a run. Maddie is really improving that on-base percentage for herself, coming in at .514. It was third in the lineup. This is going to be a high chopper. This is going to be a tough play. The throw to first will just be in time. Good job there by Brianna Sanchez on the high chopper. And went back to her. The throw to first barely beats the speedster Herrera. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Roadrunners as we go to the top of the fifth inning. Rebels on top, 2-0. Top of the fifth here at Media Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada. Wyatt Tomchak on the call. It is a quickly played game right now. Ellie Zellian and Brianna Sanchez are both pitching very strong games right now. As the first pitch by Zellian is going to be dropped in there for a ball. 1-0 is the count, as it'll be the designated player, Reina Castillo, up to bat. Castillo is 0 for 1 on the day. No hits so far given up by Zellian through 4 innings of work. And there's the announcer's jinx, probably going to happen this inning. But you got to say it. It's out there. As the next pitch is going to be in there for a strike. 1-1 is the count. We've only had one combined hit. It was Denise Armendariz, and that hit didn't produce any runs. The 2 runs, as I mentioned, for UNLV. The throwing error over at third when Maddie Schmidt was trying to go from second to third on a stolen base opportunity. And then a wild pitch that scored April Visser. Count right now is 1-1. This one will be taken low. And in the dirt, 2-1 is the count. Excuse me. Castillo, who was the losing pitcher against UNLV on Friday, she went 3 innings. She gave up 7 hits, 6 runs, 6 earned, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. Violet Salazar, who's got the start today over at short, came in and she pitched an inning and a third, gave up 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned. She had 5 walks and 1 strikeout. As Castillo will foul this one out of play. UNLV was able to draw 6 walks in that ball game. So far today, they've drawn 4. So another thing you can test with UNLV, we talked about being aggressive on the base paths. They are very patient at the plate. Right now, the count 2-2 here as Elian looking for back-to-back strikeouts. Got her first strikeout in the 4th inning to end the 4th on Williams. Count is 2-2 here to Castillo. And the pitch. Low and inside for a ball. 3-2 is the count. Mentioned busy weekend for UNLV. For everybody working in UNLV athletics over at baseball, the start of their season. They're finishing up a 3-game series against Pacific. Won the first 2. A team that has really high expectations, projected to finish first in the Mountain West. This softball program was projected to finish third, as this one's popped up in the air in the foul territory. Denise Armendariz goes over to her left and she dropped the ball. Oh, Denise took her eyes off of that one. That was going to be out number 1. She looked like she had it in the palm of the glove there. Didn't really have a good clamp down on it, and then just went to look to her right to maybe it's like, all right, I caught it, now let me go throw it, throw it around and drop the ball. So the count goes to 3-2 there for Castillo after the drop ball by Armendariz over there at first. Rare mistake so far today for UNLV. We'll see if this comes back to bite them. The payoff pitch. No, foul ball. I thought Castillo, the way she got out in front of that one, that she was going to swing and miss, but just barely is able to make contact. And the count remains full of 3-2. Shailene Fuimaono due up next, the third baseman. Everybody in this lineup has been hitless against Ellie Zellian, who has not given up a base hit so far today. Hasn't given up a base runner. As the payoff pitch. That one hits on the outside corner, strike 3. So good job there by Zellian to battle back after Armendariz dropped the foul ball. Gets the strikeout. It's back-to-back strikeouts for the junior. The transfer from Cal State Fullerton, hailing from Temple City, California. 1 out here on the top of the 5th inning. And Shailene Fuimaono will be up to bat. Fuimaono 0 for 1 on the day. Made a great play defensively to end the threat for the Rebels in the bottom of the 2nd inning, as Fuimaono will take the first pitch, check swing, and she went around, says the first base umpire, Rob Huff. 0-1 is the count. Fuimaono made a nice diving play on a bunt attempt by Alexis Herrera, catching it in foul territory. Yes, this has been a quickly played game. We're about an hour in, and we're already in the top of the 5th inning. Also started early too, so that's the music that everybody who's been working this tournament has been working non-stop hours. They love when a game starts about maybe 15, 20 minutes early. As the count is 1-1 here to Fuimaono. Zellian just picking them up and putting them down right now here in Las Vegas. The 1-1 pitch. That one misses on the outside for a ball. 2-1 is the count. The first baseman, Carissa Muncie, is due up next for the Roadrunners. UNLV came into this weekend The team average of 307, minus there's just that one game against Hawaii where they only got 2 hits and 2 runs scored on that Friday night. The offense has been really clicking, obviously, and besides this one here is where they only have 1 hit. But overall, this is a situation for UNLV as the count is 2-2. We know the Rebels can win, a high-scoring game. But can they win a game where the offense isn't, producing as much runs as they would like? Can they win a 2-0 game, a 2-1 game, a 3-1, whatever that may be? This is a good test for UNLV, because you're going to get into games like that in conference play. Can you find a way, right? I scored 2 or 3 runs and still feel comfortable to win. As the 2-2 pitch misses on the outside for a ball, 3-2 is the count. Now, albeit they would always love to score, 8 to 10 runs a game, but not every game is going to be like that as the count is full 3-2. But it's also, good to see here for Zellian, who came into this ball game with a 10.50 ERA, really has struggled in all of her appearances, been looking pretty impressive right now as the payoff pitch is going to be ripped foul down the left field line, and the count remains full 3-2. Mentioned Muncy is on deck for the Rebels in the bottom of the 5th inning. Leading by 2, they will have the top of the lineup, Maddie Schmidt, April Visser, and Ariana Martinez. Schmidt and Visser have scored both runs that came back in the bottom of the 3rd inning. 1 hit combined by both teams. Denise Armendariz a single to center field. That is it. Zellian is set, and the payoff pitch is ripped foul down the left field line yet again. And we'll do it all over again with the count full 3-2 and 1 out. So back-to-back hitters here for Zellian that have gotten to a 3-2 count. So it looks like, the Roadrunners are kind of seeing Zellian a little bit better, kind of battling it a little bit better. They're still, still waiting for that first hit and really the first base runner as the payoff pitch. That one misses on the outside, ball 4. So that's the first base runner for the Roadrunners. A 1-out walk here by Fuimaono. And that will bring up Carissa Muncy. We mentioned for the Roadrunners, they don't have a lot of power in this lineup. Only 1 home run between the 9 starters here today. Montoya has the lone home run, leadoff hitter, just the 1. UNLV, a lot of power in their lineup with Visser with 2, Martinez with 4, 2 for Denise Armendariz, 1 for Janisa Martinez. This one's going to be sent over to first. Armendariz has it. Will take it to the bag herself, 3 unassisted for out number 2 as Muncy's retired on 1 pitch. Going over to second will be Fuimaono, as the Rebels will now have to face off against the catcher Maya Molina Villarreal. Villarreal is 0 for 1 on the day. Violet Salazar due up next if Villarreal can keep this inning alive. 2-0 the score with Fuimaono over at second. Zellian gets her sign. And the first pitch inside for a strike. Good pitch there by Ellie. And the count goes to 0-1. So UNLV, and also for them pitching-wise, much better than what we saw last weekend. Obviously, the one game against Hawaii, they gave up 12 runs, but they've had some real good moments. Obviously, a shutout against CSU Bakersfield to start the weekend off, as the 0-1 pitch will be taken high for a ball. 1-1 is the count. Then able to bounce back against that Hawaii team that they gave up 12 runs, limit them to just 4, and then gave up 6 against Montana. A couple of those were some late runs in the ball game. Right now, no runs so far, so they came in with a team ERA of 6.61. Much better in the circle today. Still some question marks, but I think you're seeing a little bit, you want to see improvements. Every game you want to see improvements, something that you can build on, as the count is 2-1. Still waiting to see who will be kind of that number 1 pitcher for UNLV. I got to think Jesse Fonts is going to be, up there along with Jasmine Martin, maybe battling for that number 1 spot as this one's popped up into the air in the center field. Jasmine Martin will drift backwards and is able to clamp it down for out number 3. It's another scoreless inning for Ellie Zellian and the UNLV Rebels as we go to the bottom of the 5th. UNLV on top 2-0 here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Bottom of the fifth here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Maddie Schmidt will lead it off. Thank you for joining us here on your Sunday afternoon, wherever you're watching here on the YouTube channel provided to us by UNLV Athletics and by Learfield. This game is brought to you by Dos Equis. UNLV softball is back. No matter where you are watching this softball season, be sure to buy a cold crisp Dos Equis and go Rebels. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York. As Maddie Schmidt will lead it off for the Rebels, and Maddie, like she has in her first couple plate appearances, we'll see a first pitch for a ball. 1-0 is the count. Maddie has walked twice and has scored the first run of the ball game. It was a throwing error by Villarreal behind the plate as Maddie was trying to steal third. Went into left field, and Maddie was able to trot on home easily. As now time will be called here, and I believe we're going to have a catching change. So it looked like it is Molina. Now trying to see the number, that's going to be tough here. So you get, obviously it's white numbers on yellow, you can see, but now the catcher's equipment is covering the bag here, and I believe we're seeing, looks like it's Natalia Rodriguez. Looking at it here, 25. Natalia Rodriguez will be the new catcher for the Roadrunners. So the count is 2-0 here as Daniel Spur quickly came out of the dugout, made the switch. Here in the bottom of the fifth inning, Maddie Schmidt reached base twice via the walk, has stolen a couple bases as well. As our next pitch is going to be taken for a strike. 2-1 is the count for Sanchez. Coming into this inning, 67 pitches, 38 of them have been strikes. She's been able to get 5 flyouts, 4 groundouts, has 3 strikeouts. Her off-speed pitch is really giving UNLV fits, but she's kind of hurting herself with the walks right now. As a 2-1 pitch right on a line to the shortstop Salazar. A right out of ball. Good contact there by Maddie. Good idea, but unfortunately somebody's occupying that space where she hit that ball to. So 1 out here in the bottom of the fifth inning as Schmidt is retired for the first time, now officially 0 for 1 on the day. I'll bring up April Visser. She's 0 for 1 with a walk, a run scored, and a strikeout. Rebels with just 1 hit so far today. Came back in the third inning. Denise Armendariz has it. She is in the hole right now as that off-speed pitch beautifully placed in there for a strike. 0-1 is the count. UNLV, they're just not timing it up right now. Visser and Martinez both, actually everybody's been not caught looking, but swing and a miss for Visser and Martinez on the off-speed pitch. Janisa Martin was caught looking as the 0-1 pitch. Visser, and there you go, speed up the bat, and she's late on that one. 0-2 is the count. 1 out here in the bottom of the fifth inning as the Rebels lead it 2-0. The Roadrunners are still looking for their first hit of the ball game. They will have the 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up, Salazar, Johnson, and Montoya. They finally got their first base runner on, a walk by Fui Maono, who got to second but was left stranded. 0-2 pitch. Visser will foul this one out of play down the third baseline. And the count remains 0-2 with 1 out here in the bottom of the fifth. Ariana Martinez due up for the Rebels. Denise Armendariz in the hole. UNLV looking to get back above 500. Currently right now sitting 5-5. The Roadrunners of CSU Bakersfield is 2-7. The 0-2. Low and in the dirt. Good stop there by Rodriguez. And Visser now sitting in a 1-2 count. UNLV was projected to finish third in the Mount West. Looking at what the Mount West has done this year. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Visser. She'll foul it back. Right now, UNR has had a good start to the year. They're 9-1. San Diego State 8-2. Colorado State, they're 6-3. Boise State 6-4. So Boise State and San Diego State were projected to finish first and second in the Mount West. Right now, San Jose State 1-7, New Mexico 3-5, Fresno State 4-5, Utah State, they are 4-5. It says here Utah State, San Jose State have already played a Mount West game, as this one is going to be taken down low for a ball. 2-2 is the count. Trying to look here, maybe that might be a typo. Apparently they played today, yesterday, 5-2. It can't be right. I think that's a little mistypo on the Mount West because as this one's going to be missed on the outside 3-2. I'll have to double check on that one. But those are kind of the standings right now in the Mountain West. UNLV projected to finish third. San Diego State, who won the Mount West last year, made it to the NCAA tournament, had a good run as well. They had some good moments. Boise State, who was nationally ranked last year when UNLV swept them up in Boise, Idaho. And that's the 3-2 pitch. Visser swings and misses at that one. Second strikeout to April Visser on the day. That's now 6 on the year for her. And the 4th strikeout for Brianna Sanchez, who's having herself a nice game in the circle. Rodriguez was very happy after that strikeout. That's a big strikeout on a dangerous hitter. As coming up to bat here will be Ariana Martinez. Martinez wearing 00, the sophomore, standing 5'8" from San Antonio, Texas. She's currently 0 for 2 on the day with a strikeout. Martinez, who the average has dipped here this weekend, but the hits that she has had, they've been loud ones, a couple home runs. As the first pitch just hits on the outside for a strike. 0-1 is the count. That barely clipped the plate on that one. I thought it was going to trail a little bit to the left there, but a good pitch there by Sanchez. Right now for Brianna, she's currently down 2-0. That's probably a frustrating thing for her. She's only given up one hit. The 0-1. Martinez will foul this one out of play. Count goes to 0-2. Mentioned the top of the 6th for the Roadrunners. They will have the 8, 9, and 1 hitters do up Salazar, Johnson, and Montoya. For them, offensively, they've not been able to figure out anything against Ellie Zellian. Count is 0-2. UNLV looking to win 3 games in a row. It'd be their longest winning streak of the year. It's already their longest winning streak right now. As this one misses on the outside. Fui Maono was jumping up and down. That one was not going to be a strike call. Good frame job by Rodriguez behind the plate. The count is 1-2. The Rebels, who last year went 43-15, 17-7 in conference play. The 1-2. Martinez has laid on that one high up into the air over to Fui Maono over at third. She'll clamp it down for out number 3. Another great inning for Brianna Sanchez as we go to the top of the 6th inning. Fast one here in Las Vegas, Nevada, as the Rebels lead it 2-0. Top of the 6th here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Wyatt Tomchak on the call. This game is brought to you by Finley Chevrolet. Finley Chevrolet, located in the Southwest at 215 in South Rainbow, Nevada's #1 Chevrolet volume dealership. Frankly, we're customer driven. Ellie Zellian has really driven UNLV to a 2-0 lead right now. She has been flawless, almost flawless in the circle. Just one walk given up as the first pitch here in the top of the 6th inning will be taken down low for a ball. 1-0 is the count. The Rebels scored 2 runs back in the bottom of the 3rd inning without making contact. A wild throw at third and then a wild pitch led to Maddie Schmidt and April Visser being able to score. As the next pitch misses on the outside, 2-0 is the count. As actually we're going to have a pitch hitter here for Salazar. It is going to be Alexis Ortega. Ortega, who had the start in the first game against UNLV. Ortega, the sophomore from El Monte, California, will get an opportunity here. Maybe and she drives this one to center field, but it's going to stay in the ballpark. Janisa Martin, easy play for her. She goes to her left for out number 1. I was going to say maybe Ortega can bring some good luck and a little bit of different change against Zelian, but doesn't work on that one. As Zelian is able to get her 8th fly out of the ball game. She's had 8 flyouts, 6 groundouts to go along with 2 strikeouts. So UNLV will now face off against the starting left fielder today, Kaya Johnson. Johnson is 0 for 1. Mentioned the lone base runner for the Roadrunners was Fui Maono, who was able to battle with a walk. As the first pitch, low and inside for a ball, 1-0 is the count. You saw Martinez on that last plate appearance, Ariana Martinez. Another late swing, indecision there on the off speed, and it was a lazy pop-up over to third. Sanchez has done a good job of that so far today, as Armendariz, Janisa Martin, and Sofia Morales will be due up for the Rebels in the bottom of the 6th inning. Their last chance for some insurance runs if this lead stays for the Rebels, as right now count is 1-1 after Johnson fouls that one out of play. The Roadrunners, who back in 2020, before the COVID-19 pandemic shut everything down, they were 1-13, did not play in 2021. They opted out last year, went 8-37, 3-24 in conference play. As the 1-1 inside, 2-1 is the count. Daniel Spurl is the new head coach for the Roadrunners in his first year, trying to build a foundation and get things back on the right track after, I'd say for the program, a rough 3 years. Obviously not being able to play back in 2021, and that just, obviously, it really just hurts the program because everybody who wants to play is now going to transfer out as the 2-1 pitch hits on the outside for a strike. 2-2 is the count. Obviously, the new age of collegiate athletics. Everyone gets that, one free transfer before they graduate and get to play right away. The count is 2-2. Is Johnson battling against Zelian. Ellie's looking for her 3rd strikeout of the ball game. As the 2-2 pitch. That one hits on the outside part of the zone. Strike 3. Zelian gets Johnson looking, and UNLV is now 4 outs away from getting a complete game shutout win for Zelian. And what a start for her in the circle. Just getting back to, getting back in form, getting back in rhythm. That's the key for her after a rough start in the circle this year. As the first pitch is going to be taken down low for a ball, 1-0 is the count. Savannah Montoya up to bat. Montoya is 0 for 2 on the day. 1-0 the count. Zelian, just a best pitching performance so far we've seen here in this 2023 season. As the next pitch is going to hit on the outside part of the zone, strike 1. If Montoya can keep this inning alive, Samantha Martinez will be due up next. Savannah Montoya up to bat. She has the lone home run in this lineup for the Roadrunners. Just one. Obviously, the power has not been there for them as this pitch misses on the outside for a ball. 2-1 is the count. But they've been given an opportunity here. And that's the thing. If Brianna Sanchez, I know it's going to be frustrating for her if this result remains the same, but she pitched a really good game. 2 runs, 1 hit. Didn't get helped out with an error. She gave up a lot of walks, a hit batter, but she kept this game in reach for the Roadrunners as this one's popped up way up into the air over the left-hand side of the field. Maddie Schmidt will shield her eyes, and she'll clamp it down for out number 3. So last chance for the Rebels here in the bottom of the 6th inning to get some insurance runs. They lead it 2-0. Last chance for the Rebels in the bottom of the sixth inning to get some insurance runs. UNLV leading it 2-0. Denise Armendariz up to bat, and she has the lone hit in the ball game for either team. It was a single back in the third inning, but ironically, the single did not result in any runs scored. As Armendariz is set, and the first pitch is fouled out of play, and the count goes to 0-1. The Rebels, just a masterful pitching performance right now by Ellie Zellian. 6 innings, has thrown 72 pitches, no hits given up, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. For Sanchez, who's had a really, really good game in the circle as well. You got to highlight that for the Roadrunners. She has done a good job of keeping this just a 2-run deficit, giving her team an opportunity to win. 5 innings, she's given up 1 hit, 2 runs. None of them have been earned. 4 walks and 4 strikeouts. As the count right now is 1-1. That's another, stat that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. No earned runs. It's like as a pitcher, we did everything right, but just little miscues have cost the Roadrunners today. 1-1 off speed, beautifully placed again, and it's in there for a strike. That one is giving UNLV fits throughout the entirety of this ball game. As the count goes to 1-2. But I kind of mentioned, with Hawaii, how they beat up on Utah Tech and St. Mary's their first 3 games, and then it's amazing how the difference of 24 hours, that it's a complete flip. UNLV beat this team 8-0 in 5 innings, and so far through the bottom of the 6th, unless the Rebels score 6 runs, it's a 2-0 lead for UNLV. So good turnaround for the Roadrunners against a very dangerous UNLV team that has done a lot of winning over the 5+ years under Christy Fox. As the 2-2 pitch, Armendariz will take this one down low. 3-2's the count. UNLV, as I mentioned, has drawn 4 walks, 2 by Maddie Schmidt, 1 by April Visser, and Kelsey Kelso has had the other. Janisa Martin reached base. She's due up next. She was hit by a pitch. Actually, no, that was Ellie Zellian. My apologies. Janisa Martin is 0-2. That is another base runner that UNLV's gotten, is a hit by a pitch. As the payoff pitch, Armendariz will send this one too short. Good hit there by Armendariz, but a good play at short by Salazar. I believe that actually might be Ortega here. We'll see. Ortega was pitch hitting for Salazar, but we do know is 6-3 on the score sheet here in the bottom of the 6th inning. They're going to say, yeah, it is Salazar back in at short for the Roadrunners. So good contact by Denise Armendariz. Unfortunately, she put it on the ground, and you're kind of hoping when you kind of put a ground ball like that, you get some wicked hops. It didn't. It just kind of stayed perfectly smack dab on the ground. As Janisa Martin up to bat for UNLV will take the first pitch for a strike. 0-1 is the count. The Roadrunners will be down to their final 3 outs in the top of the 7th inning, as Janisa Martin says a high drive to center field. This ball is well hit, going back at the wall, and it's off the top of the wall. Martin will get a loud double there. 1-out double as it hit the top of the wall at the deepest part of the ballpark. I thought that was going to get over. She just missed her 2nd home run of the year and her 2nd home run in as many games against the Roadrunners. And that is a big insurance run over there at second for UNLV, as Sophia Morales will be up to bat. Just the 2nd hit of the ball game. First one coming back in the 3rd inning, as Janisa Martin now has 7 hits on the day. 7 hits on the year. Her 3rd double of the year. As Morales showing bunt here, will take it for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Good contact there by Janisa Martin. And I say that's an important insurance run, because anybody who gets on base, the tying run comes to the plate. The old saying, a bloop and a blast. Obviously, with the Roadrunners, they don't have a lot of power in the lineup, but still, you can't chance it. Get as much insurance runs as you can for Ellie Zellian, who's gone 6 innings of almost perfect. As Morales is going to say, high chopper. This is going to be a tough play. The throw to first will be in time by just a step. Good job there by Rodriguez. Coming off the bench, they're replacing Molino Villarreal, and Morales is retired for out number 2, but Janisa Martin does advance to 3rd, and that will bring up Kelsey Kelso up to bat here. Kelso on the day is 0-1 with a walk. UNLV on top 2-0, trying to get a big insurance run there at 3rd. Janisa Martin with a 1-out double that went off the top of the wall. at the deepest part of the ballpark. Kelso, off-speed pitch, and there's the hesitation there again. She's late. 0-1 is the count. Sanchez has done, like I said, just a phenomenal job with that pitch today. Really creating some problems for UNLV. That's probably something that the Rebels are going to go back to the video board and look and say, hey, we got to be a little bit better with that style pitch. So the count right now is 0-1. Another one there by Sanchez is going to be taken high for a ball. 1-1 is the count. It will be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters due up for the Roadrunners in the top of the 7th inning. Their last chance to either tie or take the lead. Martinez, Williams, and Castillo. At least they send up Williams and Castillo, who came into this ball game their top 2 in average, as Kelso will send this one foul out of play. 1-2 is the count. Williams coming into the ball game was hitting 286. Castillo at 318. Obviously, they have not been able to get a hit as the Roadrunners have been left hitless here through the first 6 innings. They're a combined 0 for 4. Just one base runner for CSU Bakersfield. Fuima Ono, the third baseman, was able to draw a walk. UNLV's gotten 2 hits, 4 batters on the base paths via walk, 1 via hit by a pitch. With runners on today against Sanchez, UNLV is 1 for 8. With 2 outs, they're 0 for 5. This one inside, Kelso was kind of trying to extend the knee out a little bit, maybe get hit on that one, and this is going to miss on the inside. 2-2 is the count. Ellie Zellian is due up next if Kelso can keep this inning alive. Two and two is the count, 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning, Kelso has to wait on that one and fouls it back out of play. And the count remains even, 2-2. Kelsey, the freshman, standing 5'7" from Humboldt, Texas. Had a very prolific high school career. 430 career average. Had 33 career home runs, 126 career RBIs, and 104 games played. First home run came against Southern Utah University last week. And she will foul this one out of play on Super Bowl Sunday. 2-2 is the count, 2 outs. Janisa Martin over at third. Can Kelso come up with a big 2-out hit? Nobody has gotten a 2-out hit so far today. Combined 0 for 11 for both teams. With runners on, both teams are combined 1 for 10, albeit UNLV's had 8 opportunities, while the Roadrunners have had just 2 against Zellian. The 2-2 pitch. Kelso gets underneath this one high up in the air in a foul territory. Muncie's able to make the catch. Tough route there for Muncie. He's able to catch it in foul territory, and that will end the inning as UNLV strands a runner over at third. As we go to the top of the 7th inning, last chance here for the Roadrunners to tie or take the lead here from Las Vegas, Nevada. Now, 3 outs remain for Ellie Zellian and the UNLV Rebels to come away with their 6th win of the year. And if Zellian can retire the side 1-2-3, it's going to be a very special day for her as well. As the first pitch to Samantha Martinez is going to be taken for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Martinez, Williams, and Castillo due up for the Roadrunners here in the top of the 7th inning. The Rebels, who have scored 2 runs, all of them came in the 3rd inning without making contact. Finally had their second hit, a loud double by Janisa Martin to the deepest part of the ballpark, as this one's going to go to left field. Sophia Morales on a diving attempt. Did she get it? No, it bounced off of her glove. Oh, a tough play there by Sophia Morales out in left field as she went over to her right. And it took all the way to the 7th inning before the Roadrunners get their first hit of the day. Samantha Martinez with a single, as Morales with a valiant effort there in left field on a diving attempt could not hold on to the ball. And that's where now you go back to that bottom of the 6th inning for UNLV, as we're going to have a pitch runner here for the Roadrunners. It looks like it's number 99, Jay Reeves. And coming up to bat here will be Maya Williams. So the first hit of the ball game for the Roadrunners comes in the top of the 7th inning. And now here you go. As I was mentioning, with that run that UNLV could have scored, here you go. Here's your bloop and a blast. Moments as the first pitch is going to be taken for a strike. 0-1 is the count. UNLV had high drama against Hawaii yesterday in a 5-4 win. Hawaii they were down by 2. They got their leadoff runner on the base path, then a double put the tying run over at second with nobody out. But the Rebels were able to get out of the ball game as the next pitch misses on the outside for a ball. 1-1 is the count here. Jay Reeves over at first, pitch running for Samantha Martinez. I don't like you saying Sabrina, my apologies. As the count is 2-0. Or 1-1, and the check swing now make it 1-2 with nobody out here in the top of the 7th inning. Over at first is Reeves, Williams up to bat, and then you've got Castillo due up. She's the best hitter in this lineup statistically for the Roadrunners, the designated player who started in the circle against UNLV on Friday. Oh, the 1-2 here from Zellian. Down low, trying to get Williams to chase, unable to, and the count goes even 2-2. I mentioned just the one walk for Zellian that came against Fui Maono, who is currently in the hole right now with Castillo up to bat if the Roadrunners don't get into a double play situation here. Zellian gets her sign. The 2-2. This one's going to be foul down the third baseline. Oh, just pushed it foul out of the outstretched reach there of Kelso going to her right, and UNLV breathes a big sigh of relief here in the top of the 7th. The tying run is at the plate for the Roadrunners. UNLV and CSU Bakersfield has played a very quickly paced game. It's approaching about an hour and a half of action so far. Maya Williams at the plate. The count is 2-2. The pitch just missed on the outside, and the count goes full 3-2. Williams is one of the 3 strikeouts for Zellian so far today. She's gotten up to 9 strikeouts on the year. Has walked 1 batter, so she's 9-9 in both of those categories. We'll see if UNLV, can't quite see because I got a big tree right in front of me. Don't know if anybody's warming up in the bullpen for the Rebels. As the payoff pitch, this one is fouled back out of play. Good battle here between Zellian and Williams with Reeves over at first. And right now for the Roadrunners, they would love to get the go-ahead run to come to the plate in the form of Reina Castillo. Let's see if Williams, what she can do here. Martinez with the leadoff single that breaks up the no-hitter. The perfect game was broken up with the walk by Tefui Maono earlier in the ball game as the payoff pitch. Down low, ball 4. Zellian now has given up a single and a walk, and the drama is starting to build up here in the top of the 7th inning as time will be called and UNLV will discuss it here. So Zellian, who had really breezed through, only 1 inning where she had to deal with runners on the base pass, now will have to deal with 2 on, nobody out, and Reina Castillo up to bat. Castillo, the sophomore from California, standing 5'8". Last season, as a starter, she went 2-20, but she had less than 1.9 run support, had a 5.11 ERA. She took the loss against UNLV on Friday. She can make amends for that one here and take some frustration out with an opportunity at the plate. Castillo up to bat. Fui Maono is due up next. Muncie is in the hole with Reeves over at second, Williams at first here in the top of the 7th inning. The Rebels have led since the bottom of the 3rd. First pitch to Castillo, high and inside for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Zellian is also looking for her first win as a UNLV Rebel. Right now the pitch count is at 83. She's thrown 51 strikes. She's got 9 flyouts, 6 groundouts. Only 2 at-bats for the Roadrunners with runners on today. They're 0 for 2. The 0-1. This one is going to be sent into center field for a base hit. They're going to hold the runner up at third. Martin gets the ball in quickly. High throw. It gets by everybody, but Zellian is able to back it up. And now the bases are juiced here with nobody out. The tying run is at second. The go-ahead run's at first. And the third baseman, Shailene Fuimaono, is up to bat here. So how quickly the inning has gone away here for Ellie Zellian and the UNLV Rebels. The first hit on a fly ball to left field. A diving attempt by Sofia Morales. She was unable to hold on to it. A valiant effort, but could not corral it. A walk on a 3-2 count. And now attacking on the second pitch, Reina Castillo. 2-0 the score. UNLV on top, but the bases are juiced here with nobody out. That's the second hit overall for the Roadrunners as Fuimaono is up to bat here. We'll see if UNLV might make a pitching change if somehow one run scores and it's still a lead for the Rebels. Zellian is set. First pitch misses on the outside for a ball. 1-0 is the count. Fuimaono on the day is 0 for 1 with a walk. Another pitch runner for the Roadrunners of CSU Bakersfield. Over at first is Samora, who's coming to the ball game. Kaylee Samora wearing number 33, the 1-0. This one drops in for a strike. 1-1 is the count. Just like what we saw in the game against Hawaii. The tying run was at second with nobody out. Right now here, the tying run is at second with nobody out. We'll see if UNLV can keep this ball game alive. 1-1. Or CSU Bakersfield can keep this game alive. We'll see if UNLV can close the door down. As this one is fouled back into the net. 2-0, the Rebels lead. Samora at first, Williams at second, Reeves at third. We've got 2 pitch runners on the base paths for the Roadrunners. 2 singles and a walk. Williams was able to draw the walk. Martinez with the single. And then Castillo just a moment ago with a single up the middle. Count is 1-2 to Fuimaono. Zellian is looking for the strikeout, a big strikeout here if she can get it. The pitch. That one hits on the outside corner, strike 3. She gets Fuimaono looking for the 4th strikeout of the ball game. Great pitch there by Ellie Zellian on the delay call there by Eric Jones. And a big out number 1 as Carissa Muncie will be up to bat here for the Roadrunners. 1 out still. The bases are juiced. Reeves at third, Williams at second, and Samora at first. UNLV does have a force out at every base. That's kind of the benefit, though, if you do have the bases loaded. Right now, they would take a out for a run here. Count is 1-0 after the first pitch misses on the inside. Muncie coming into this ball game hitting below 200. And we'll see. It's probably going to be Rodriguez due up next. They had Maya Molina Villarreal up to bat a couple times, and she went 0 for 2. As this one's down the left field line. This ball is well hit back at the wall, and it is gone. A grand slam by Carissa Muncie. With one swing of the bat, the Roadrunners have taken a 4-2 lead here in the top of the 7th inning. A line drive shot. My, oh my, how the tables have turned. Ellie Zellian was dominant through 6 innings. Gives up 3 hits, including a grand slam. And this one has turned on its head here for UNLV and for CSU Bakersfield. Muncie with the first home run of the year, and I believe that was their, what I have in the lineup, that's going to be their 2nd overall home run of the season. Wow. 4-2 the score. UNLV, who scored 2 runs in the bottom of the 3rd inning, could not get anything else across the board against Brianna Sanchez, as Natalia Rodriguez will be up to bat here, as Zellian was 2 outs away from picking up her first win as a UNLV Rebel, as Muncie was just able to sneak it past the foul pole down the left field line. So now the Rebels will have to come up with some magic as the 0-1 pitch misses on the outside for a ball. 1-1 is the count. In the bottom half of the seventh inning, boy, oh boy, I mean, just stunned here for UNLV, who dominated the majority of this ball game. They will have the bottom of the lineup due up as the 1-1 pitch is fouled back into the net. The count goes to 1-2. They will have Zellian, Herrera, and Schmidt. I got to think that they're going to pitch hit for Alexis Herrera at the 9-hole spot. And you go back to the top of the lineup with Maddie Schmidt. You want to at least get some people on the base paths with April Visser and Ariane Martinez. That's the power for UNLV as the 1-2. This one is going to be fouled back out of play. So a grand slam by Carissa Muncie. Here in the top of the seventh inning, the Rebels, who had limited to the Roadrunners to no hits, just one base runner through 6 innings. Start off with a leadoff single by Martinez. Then Williams able to draw a walk. Then Castillo the single up the middle. Fuimaono was caught looking, and then Muncie ripped one down the left field line. The 1-2. This one's going to be sent over to second. April Visser will take her time. The throw to first will be just in time by maybe about a step or two for out number 2. 4-3 on the score sheet. 2 outs now here in the top of the 7th inning as Rodriguez is retired. And coming up to bat here, I believe, will be number 88, Violet Salazar. Salazar, who was pitch hit for in her last plate appearance by Ortega. Salazar is 0 for 1 on the day. So now here you go for UNLV. Now you look at it for Brianna Sanchez. The tables have flipped. You now have the lead. Can she shut the door down? She's been giving UNLV fits through 6 innings, and it's really the off-speed pitch that the Rebels just have not been able to time up. They've been late, indecisive, some lazy fly balls. Sanchez has gotten 8 flyouts, 6 groundouts. UNLV's hasn't had a lot of hard hit contacts today. 1-0 outside, 2-0. Salazar up to bat here. Kaya Johnson is due up next, and you go back to the top of the lineup with Savannah Montoya if this inning stays alive. Zellian is set, the 2-0. Misses high and outside, 3-0 to Salazar. Mentioned for the Rebels, they'll have the 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up in the bottom of the 7th inning, and really just a stun game for the Rebels. And they really dominated. This is a team that they beat on Friday 8-0, and today they're now down 4-2. The 3-0. We take it for a strike. 3-1 is a count. So now can that vaunted UNLV offense wake the bats up in the bottom of the 7th inning and try to at least send this game to extras? At worst, at best, getting a walk-off win, but they're down by 2. The 3-1. This one's going to be sent over to short. Maddie Schmidt on the backhand. Long throw to first. On the bounce is in time. What a play by Maddie Schmidt as Salazar diving head first, and that will end the inning. But the Roadrunners of CSU Bakersfield get a massive, massive home run by Carissa Muncie. Muncie with a grand slammer, first home run of the year, and UNLV will have to get the magic here in the 7th inning as they trail it 4-2. Well, what a turn of events over the last 10 minutes or so here in Las Vegas, Nevada. UNLV came into the top of the 7th, up 2-0. Ellie Zellian was having a no-hit ball game. She was just absolutely perfect in the circle, but the Rebels unable to preserve the lead. Muncy, the starting first baseman, a grand slam, her first grand slam. But first home run of the year is a grand slam. It was RBIs number 2, 3, 4, and 5. And the Roadrunners now on top 4-2 as Jasmine Martin will come on in and pitch hit for Ellie Zellian. And Alexis Herrera is also due up next here for UNLV. So Martin first plate appearance. She'll take the first pitch for a strike. 0-1 is the count. Brianna Sanchez now has an opportunity to get the win. Sanchez has been really phenomenal this weekend here in Las Vegas, Nevada. The New Mexico transfer, played there a couple seasons, so was familiar with UNLV. New Mexico, a Mount West foe for the Rebels, as Martin will foul this one back out of play. The count goes to 0-2. Rebels were 2 outs away from going above 500. Currently sitting 5-5. The Roadrunners of CSU Bakersfield are 2-7. They picked up both their wins this weekend against Montana. So after a Rebel offense that scored 8 runs against the Roadrunners on Friday, exploded for 14 runs against Montana in the final game last night, only got 2. Is this one up in the air and right over to the second baseman Martinez? A right at him ball. Unfortunate hit there for Jasmine Martin. 1 out now in the bottom of the 7th inning. Is coming up to bat here will be Alexis Herrera. Herrera is 0 for 2 on the day. Maddie Schmidt is on deck. UNLV, they got to get at least one of these batters on the base paths. Between Herrera and Maddie Schmidt, they want to give the power hitters of Visser and potentially Ariana Martinez and Denise Armendariz a chance to hit with runners on the base paths. 1 out now in the bottom of the 7th inning. Herrera has got some speed. We'll see if she tries a surprise sacrifice bunt. She did that earlier. Fui Maono over at third made a great diving play to stop the threat by UNLV. That came in the 2nd inning. Rebels had a couple runners on the base paths. Just 2 hits for UNLV. A single by Denise Armendariz and then a double by Janisa Martin. As this one's going to be sent up the middle for a base hit. A base hit there for Alexis Herrera, her first hit as a UNLV Rebel, and that is what the doctor ordered for UNLV. They just need a bloop and a blast here, down by 2. Brings up Maddie Schmidt. And Maddie, if Maddie somehow sends one over the wall here, this game will be absolutely crazy. Maddie is really known for just the contact and the speed. So they want to get at least Maddie on the base pass along with Herrera. That would be the tied run. It'll bring up the go-ahead run. So let's see here as Herrera gets her first hit of the ball game. Schmidt showing bunt. First pitch is going to be taken for a strike. 0-1 is a count. So Herrera over at first. She's 2 for 2 on stolen base opportunities. We mentioned for Maddie now 7 for 7 on stolen base opportunities. So anything on the ground, it's going to be tough to turn 2. It's going to be tough to get the 1 out. You got to be fundamentally sound in the infield. Any mishap or bobble, and you're going to have 2 runners on here as Schmidt will take this one high for a ball. 1-1 is the count. Schmidt has had probably the best success so far here today against Brianna Sanchez. She has drawn a walk twice. Four to 2, Roadrunners leading UNLV. The next pitch, off speed. Oh, beautifully placed there yet again. 1-2 is the count here. So Maddie Schmidt will have to get something going. Down in the count, 1-2. Maddie, who walked in her first 2 plate appearances. Herrera at first. April Visser is due up next. April is 0 for 2 with a walk, but has struck out twice. This one, oh, just barely missed. Wow. Close pitch there for Brianna Sanchez, but unable to get the strike call there. Eric Jones called it ball 2. 2-2 is the count with 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Herrera at first. The Rebels trying to work some magic of their own after the Roadrunners getting a grand slam. As this one down low, 3-2. So good job by Maddie to battle back here. But the count was 1-2. Now full 3-2 with Herrera at first. The grand slam by Carissa Muncy. First home run of the year. And it came at just a grand time, just getting it over the left field wall as a 3-2 pitch. High and inside, ball 4. So a walk there. Maddie Schmidt has walked now 3 times. The tying run is over at first. The go-ahead run is coming to the plate with April Visser up to bat. Time will be called here. Mound visit for the Roadrunners. So now, here's the thing. If April can get anything into the gap, UNLV's got a great opportunity to tie the ball game up. Maddie has elite speed. She can score standing up from anything that's hitting the gap here. But also now you got to be careful with Visser, and we'll see if they go over that off-speed pitch. April's been kind of fooled on that a couple times. She's 0 for 2 with those 2 strikeouts. We'll see if they speed it up here. Sanchez right now with the pitch count at 111. So a single up the middle by Alexis Herrera, a walk by Maddie Schmidt, her 3rd walk of the day. Now Maddie has 5 walks overall this year. She came in with 2. The on-base percentage for Schmidt will continue to climb, but UNLV, what they wanted to in this inning, has gotten the speed on the base paths. So Sanchez is set. The first pitch to April. She goes opposite field and fouls it out of play. April has had some legendary home runs in her UNLV career, including a game-tying home run against San Diego State in one of the best series I've ever been able to be a part of calling here at Alameda Stadium between the Rebels and the Aztecs. April is the go-ahead run. She's the game-winning run. Herrera at second, Schmidt at first. They have combined for 9 stolen bases in as many tries this year. 0-1. This is a high drive to center field. This ball is well hit. Going back at the wall, and it dies out at the warning track. Oh, April Visser almost walked it off for UNLV. She sent it to the deepest part of the ballpark. Herrera is able to tag from second to third, but it's a big out number 2 for the Roadrunners. And boy, April, if that one went to left field or right field, it would have been gone, but it dies out at the deepest part of the ballpark. And Ariana Martinez will be up to bat for the Rebels. And unfortunately for UNLV, Maddie Schmidt was unable to advance from first to second, so she's still at first. And Martinez will be up to bat. Ariana is 0 for 3 on the day with a strikeout. The go-ahead run is at the plate. The tying run is over at first. That run at third really doesn't mean much there for the Roadrunners if Herrera scores. The important one is at first. Sanchez is set, and the first pitch. Down low in the dirt, and it gets away. Coming on home will be Herrera. Maddie Schmidt takes the turn at second. The throw now gets away. Maddie Schmidt will head to third. The return throw to home got away from Sanchez, and Maddie Schmidt is able to advance to first to third here as Daniel Spurl will head on out. Talk with the home plate umpire. He's wondering about interference. Almost got whacked by Ariana Martinez on a swing, and he'll have a little bit of an animated talk here with the home plate umpire, Eric Jones. So Herrera scores on the wild pitch, and then on the return throw, I really didn't need to do the return throw to home with Herrera coming in to score. She would have been safe by a mile, but it got away from Brianna Sanchez and then got kicked back to the backstop, and that allowed Maddie Schmidt to advance to third. So anything in the outfield here will score Maddie. Now Ariana Martinez will take the next pitch on the outside for a ball, 2-0's a count. Denise Armendariz is due up next if Martinez can get on the base paths and keep this game alive. So the 1 run scored here by the Rebels on the wild pitch. UNLV scored all 3 runs today without making contact. That is just quite impressive in that regard, as the 2-0 pitch to Martinez was going to be taken high for a ball, 3-0's to count. Now you look at it for Sanchez. After she had been so dominant through 6 innings, the wheels are starting to unravel for her, but she still has an opportunity here. She's got the all-important second out and still with the lead. Martinez, who leads UNLV in home runs and in RBIs, has the count 3-0, and we'll take this one down low, ball 4. Didn't think that Martinez was getting anything good to hit there for Sanchez. A walk wasn't going to be the worst thing in the world. And now Denise Armendariz will be up to bat. Armendariz, the senior from Riverside, California. And we're going to get a pitch runner here, add a little bit more speed. I believe that is Skylar Shaw coming in to pitch run for Martinez. It is. So you've got Schmidt over at third, Shaw over at first. And for Sanchez, we saw the wild pitch that came back to bite her that allowed Maddie Schmidt to go to third. Alexis Herrera able to score. You've got to be, fundamentally sound there with the pitches between her, and obviously it's a new catcher for her with Rodriguez in for Melina Villarreal. 2 outs now here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Denise Armendariz up to bat. First pitch is high and outside. Got away there from Sanchez, and the count will go to 1-0. Maddie standing over at third. She is the tying run. The go-ahead run, the game-winning run, is over at first in Skylar Shaw. Armendariz trying to at least keep this game alive for UNLV. The 1-0 pitch is taken high for a strike. 1-1 is the count. Armendariz has one of the 3 hits for UNLV in this ball game. It was a single back in the bottom of the 3rd inning. The Rebels, as I mentioned, have scored all 3 runs without putting the ball in play. 2 wild pitches and an error at third on the throwing errors. Armendariz is going to send this one into left field for a base hit. Maddie Schmidt will score. The ball gets away. Going over to the third will be Skylar Shaw. Armendariz will take the long turn, and UNLV has tied the ball game up here in the bottom of the 7th inning as Armendariz ripped one into left field. Maddie Schmidt easily is able to trot on home, but out in left field, Johnson bobbled the ball, and that allowed Skylar Shaw to advance from first to third, as UNLV, I believe, is going to have another pitch runner here for Denise Armendariz. Maybe, I don't know, as Chrissy Fox is coming over. Actually, I think it's just to kind of talk with Janisa Martin here. But Denise Armendariz with her 2nd hit of the ball game, the first RBI for Armendariz today, her 11th RBI of the season, and we're tied 4-4 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Boy, this game is really turned upside down. We have had 6 combined runs scored here in the 7th inning. Through the first 6 innings, we only had 2. Janisa Martin will be up to bat. Martin, in her last plate appearance, sent a double to the deepest part of the ballpark. She hit the top of the wall in center field. Shaw at third. Armendariz at first. The pitch. And this one will be taken for a strike. 0-1 is the count. So now, if Janisa Martin can't end the ball game, we go to the 8th inning, and what does UNLV do in the circle after Ellie Zellian got hit hard there in the 7th inning? And I think kind of just lost some steam as the 0-1 pitch. Martin pops this one up into shallow right field. It's going to be a tough play, and it's going to land for a base hit. UNLV wins. Skylar Shaw scores as it lands into shallow right field. Martinez trying to go for the over-the-hand catch, missed the ball, and the Rebels somehow, someway, walk it off here in the bottom of the 7th inning. They win it 5-4. Janisa Martin with the walk-off single. Her 5th RBI of the year, her 2nd base hit, and the Rebels win it and improve to 6-5 on the year, while the Roadrunners fall to 2-8. Wow, Janisa Martin just barely able to get that one to land in a shallow right center field. And the Rebels, wow, what a game. What a game, and unfortunately, this is a game where someone has to win and someone has to lose, and we had a combined 7 runs scored there in the 7th inning after having 2 runs scored combined through 6 innings. Janisa Martin with the walk-off hit, and UNLV is able to win. That is our Dos Equis refreshing play of the game. No matter where you cheer on the Rebels, make sure to grab an ice-cold Dos Equis. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. So Ellie Zellian, after giving up the grand slam in the top of the 7th inning, is helped out in the bottom half of the 7th and is able to pick up the win, her first win as a UNLV Rebel. She went 7 innings, threw 100 pitches even. She gave up 3 hits, 4 runs, 4 earned, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts for Brianna Sanchez, who both pitchers really pitched a dandy of a game, but the 7th inning got away from both of them. Sanchez picks up the loss. She falls to 2-2 on the year. She went 6 2/3 innings. She gave up 5 hits, 5 runs, 3 earned, 6 walks, 4 strikeouts, 122 pitches thrown. But the Rebels, who were down to their final out, a big single by Denise Armendariz, and then Janisa Martin with a bloop single into shallow right center field, over the head and over the outstretched glove there of Martinez, and the Rebels find a way to win. Janisa Martin, the walk-off hit. Denise Armendariz with the game-tying hit, and the Rebels will survive here today. They win 4 out of 5 at the UNLV Desert Classic. They improved to 6-5 on the year, and then we'll be on the road now for about a month straight. Next game here at Eller Media Stadium will be March 17th through the 19th against Boise State. We will have the call on the Mount West Network, the Silver State Sports Entertainment Network, as we will start conference play. UNLV with a big win here today, and man, breathe a big sigh of relief. What a game here on this Sunday afternoon. As always, we want to thank everyone for tuning in, not only today, but throughout the entirety of this weekend. Greatly appreciate you guys coming in for the support and tuning in, and I hope you enjoyed the broadcast. UNLV victorious here today against the Roadrunners, 5-4. Wyatt Tomchek signing off here from Las Vegas, Nevada.